Cheers. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's not such a great coffee. Oh well. Hope everyone is well. The rain has started. It was dribbling the last half an hour or so, but it's really picked up outside, so you may hear it. It's going up and down in waves. It's gone a bit quieter at the moment. Hopefully it'll stop and I won't get a leaky roof. Yeah. How is everybody? So, actually, no, I won't say that. I'll wait till more people pop in before I tell you all about the crazy last stream. Some of you know. Some of you popped into my second stream last week. But many of you didn't. Many of you don't even know about it. So, yeah, but I'll wait for some more people to pop in first. Yeah. So I need to find something to talk about in the meantime. And I got nothing. Sorry, I'm just looking around my office. It's a mess. I've been packing orders the other day, and yeah, I promised myself I'd get in early this morning and clean, and I got in early this morning and didn't clean, got distracted, and there's still a mess everywhere, and I need to buy like horse blinkers like this so I can't see my mess, so I don't have to look like this. I can just block it out, pretend it's not there, because I've got this nice clean space in front of me, and then I've just got disaster on each side spreading out. If I look perfectly straight, can't see it. What? I got to switch off a whole factory power breakers today, and I'm not an electrician. Oh, right, okay. Cool. Well, turning off breakers doesn't really require an electrician, unless they blow when you turn them off or turn them back on again. But cool. Okay, I'm going to give it 2 more minutes, and then we'll go get into things. Yeah, I got a tanky update. I've got a I mentioned that I had my new controller board for tanky. Well, I never got around to building it. It's still in a packet because I've already put a PCB in for a third revision. No fixes, but I added something to it. So I'm not going to bother building the second revision because I'm limited on the driver ICs. So I could buy some more, but yeah, I don't want to waste them. So I'm not going to tell them it's a whole stack of blue. Yeah, I know there's blue tape there. What's the blue tape got to do with anything? I've got blue tape everywhere. Can you hear that? So glad I'm not outside right now. That is a hard rain. Gonna fall. I'm not singing. I've got the worst voice. Okay, so I've got enough time. 6:35. So last week I finished my stream, watched the SpaceX stuff, which was a bit disappointing. I won't lie. It's been a week. Is it spoilers still? Is there anyone that didn't see what the Starship 6 launch, what happened? No? Look, white noise. I think white noise is calmer than this. Anyway, launch 6 didn't go so well, and then I got back onto coding, and so I decided to, for the first time in a very, very long time, to stream on my second channel, my Unexpected Streams channel. And I ended up doing another 4.5 hours streaming. So I ended up doing over 7 hours last week in streaming. I don't know what BitLooney's record is, probably bigger than that. I wasn't going for his record. So that was pretty insane, I have to say. Let me just get the, I got a Unexpected Streams. Really? Tanky 2. Why is it not coming up? Oh, here it is. Right. I'm just posting in here. For those that want to go back and watch, I got everything working on this stream. That's the stream link. And yeah, it was great. And since then I've scrapped it all again, and I seem to be going down this forever rabbit hole of Tanky pain, Tanky 2 pain, absolute pain, and I am knee deep and buried under mechanism inverse kinematics at the moment, which is the only way I can solve what I want to do on Tanky. And I'm so burnt out on Tanky that we're not doing any Tanky today. Even though I've got some code very close, I think, but we're not doing Tanky today. I need a break from Tanky. Tanky's on the floor. And just don't forget to begin your motors. Yes. So I got everything working. I got acceleration, deceleration working at all different speeds and all that type of stuff. But I mentioned on my stream last week, there's something specific I want to be able to do. I want to be able to translate the Tanky 2, the car, I'll call it a car, translate the car and rotate the car independently. And you can't do that with a forward kinematics. It's got to be with an inverse kinematic solution. And the boy is the maths beyond me. Uh-oh. No, that's fine. Didn't lose my chat. Yeah, so it's for another day. But Tanky, I'm taking a pause from Tanky because seriously, the maths just did my head in. Okay, let's go through chat and say hi to folks. So Dale, first in with a hello this morning. Hello Dale. Antonio, hi. Dutch Taurus. Moo. Alan, hello. Graham, good morning. Michael Williams, greetings. Adam, he's playing pretend electrician. Can you imagine how you would have felt if you turned the brakes back on and the power didn't work? Nothing worked? That would have been bad. Gerald42, hello. Yombo Prime, hi. Peter Homan, good morning. Yes, it is raining cats and dogs and water. Kevin, hello Kevin, good morning. X-Micron, hi. Dutch Taurus, hello. Oh, I already said hello to Dutch Taurus. What am I doing? X-Micron, just up. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. X-Micron, hi. Fat Boy Aviation, Fat Boys Aviation. Gustus, hello. Sean, Moto, hello. AJ is here. Now I'm going backwards. T Sparky, hello. Johnny's in the house. Hi. Stephen Cogswell, secret channel. What? Well, not a secret channel. I started a second streaming channel ages ago because my main channel was getting full of streams, which still is. And but I didn't stream on it for a really, really long time. I don't think I've streamed on it since I moved into here. I think the last stream was back when I was working from home. That's how long ago So, but I wanted to keep streaming what I was working on last week, and I didn't want to do it on my main channel again. So, yeah, I did it on the second one. So, subscribe. Everyone subscribe. Secret channel. Everyone subscribe to the unexpected streams. I might start streaming on there again. Yeah, so that's Tanky. So today instead...
Hal 9000 says switch it back on and nothing happened. Yes, I did that this year and killed the controller.
Oh no, really? I bet you were very popular at the time, Adam. It's getting really loud. It's fighting me, like my... Whoa! Can you hear it? Sorry. Okay, I'll stop with the rain. It's really distracting. I gotta tell you, really distracting. I need headphones.
Hal 9000 says yes. Very. Customer wasn't happy.
Can imagine. Yeah, do I need an arc? I've got a leaky roof near the stairs. I've got a tub down there. It's been there. I've had the leak since I moved in. It's never been fixed by anyone. Other than that, I think I'm pretty watertight here, so hopefully I won't need an arc. But the sound is actually quite... Like, if I wasn't streaming, if I didn't have to concentrate, I might find it calming, maybe, but not really. Not while I'm streaming, I don't find it calming. I have a good supply of timber. Okay, let's build an arc, everyone. We're all going to go over to Kevin. You're in Canada, aren't you? I think you're in Canada. We're going to build an arc. Actually, I don't want to go to Canada. Canada is just full of riots. I'm staying away from Canada. Diddy Jazz, hello. Yeah, it's not relaxing when I'm trying to concentrate and talk. I feel like it's fighting me. I feel like it's doing it on purpose. Canada will shortly be full of snow. Yeah, I don't want to go to Canada in the snow either. Okay, so today we're going to be doing some squeezing of components on a PCB. Why, you may ask? Well, why not? Well, no. So, you need to give some context. And, I know you can hear it through the microphone. Like, I know you can. But what you're hearing isn't what I'm hearing. Right? I mean, my microphone does a lot of noise cancellation and all sorts of stuff. I'm sure you can hear it. But this is loud. Like that whole time that I wasn't talking, I was watching my view meter, and it was almost going into yellow just from the rain. Like, that is crazy. Hey, Embedded Hobbyist. Yes, Canada riots. Really? You need to get onto YouTube and do some searching. Do some, yeah. Your politician's going to go have a knife fight soon. And, anyway, whoa. Man.
Alan Madsen says turn the rain into snow. It doesn't make so much noise.
That is just insane. Oh, it's not like I've got a tiled roof
J.
in a
Rogazinski
house.
says Mimi, you missed me in the roll call.
Did I? You weren't in there. You weren't in the list. It's the first time you've chatted. Hello. Hello, Earth visitor. I come in peace. Man, that is like, in a house, you got tiled roof, you got, whatever. It dampens the sound. But here, I mean, I've got insulation, I've got a suspended ceiling I put in. But it's really just the roof above that is just that industrial, plasticky, metally, That is loud. It'd be what? In a year or two, it'll be cheap to visit the US. Why is that? The US is going to be fine. Don't you worry. The US is going to be totally fine. Okay, let's not talk politics. We should not talk politics at all. Next. So, I posted on Twitter the other day I did a poll, and I asked on Discord as well about changing the footprints of my boards and how extreme I should go. I'm not going to go into that completely right now because it's a completely different conversation. Hound, funny, I'm listening to the white noise right now. Sounds like your rain to drown out the construction noise work really well. Yeah, maybe I should just get a hammer and just go bang, bang, bang on my desk while I'm doing the stream. Yeah. So all of that conversation though was revolving around some mods I was doing to some experimental mods I was doing to some of my my tiny boards, my tiny Pico, my tiny S3, whatever else. And as part of that, I was squishing a lot of components together, seeing how much space I could free up, right? And so something I've been wanting to do for a long time on the TinyWATCH was to see if I could optimize and free up space. It wasn't really to free up space to add more stuff to it because I'm out of I/O anyway, so I can't really add more stuff to it. But there's a few things about the design that irk me a little bit, and also the less PCB space, potentially the more space I've got for battery and whatever else, right? So I've been meaning to get on this for a while, and I was inspired from the work I did the other day on the tiny stuff to see. And there's upsides and downsides to doing stuff like this, which I'll discuss as I'm going, as I do it. There's also opportunity to remove some components. So here's the TinyWATCH. Well, this is now a P8, but the current model is P7. So I just cloned it, right? I just made a copy. Seriously, folks, I apologize, totally apologize, but I'm finding this rain so distracting. It is, yeah. Look, I'm picturing in my head people in rowboats going past the front of the factory as cars float away. Oh, God. Yeah, logo breathe. I need to breathe. I need to just calm down. Anyway, here's the board. I think... Is it populated? No. Okay. Here it is populated. As you can see, it's busy. And it looks like there's lots of space. Let's forget about this corner here. It looks like there's lots of space. But the truth is, there's other traces, right? There's other things behind those areas, and vias and whatever else. But between the P6 and the P7 version, or the P5 and the P7, I think I skipped P6, I cleared out this area here and got rid of the battery connector and put solder pads instead. I know what you mean. It can be so loud you can't think on a factory roof. Yeah, it's the fact that you can hear it shows how loud it is, but it's really is crazy. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to remove some parts. I've capacitorized. I've over bulk capacitorized the board to make sure that all the power was stable. But I've added, like, you know, way more caps than I need, way more decoupling and bulk caps than I need. So there's some caps I can take out. There's areas where I can reduce where I can close things up and get them closer together. The downside of closer together means, so like a good example is these here, these components, right? Now, I turn all the courtyards off. I mean, they've still got courtyards, but, technically, that can go here without erroring. As soon as they touch, they'll error. But all of these things here, these components, they can all go much closer together, right? Now the downside, they can go closer than this, way closer than this, but the downside in doing that is they become very hard to prototype, because then you end up with parts that are so close together that you can't get tweezers around them. Now they're still not that close together, but they're, I need to be able to prototype it potentially, so I have to be careful. And I could get them close enough that there'd be no solder mask between them, but I'm not a huge fan. The risk of what that I mean, I've got a Juki now, so obviously component placement isn't a problem, where, back with my need, and it was, but you still run the risk of, getting surface tension from other things pulling and whatever. Oh, sorry to hear that, Jerry. What were your other comments? Did I miss them? I'm just going back to what did I miss in the chat? Anything? No? Why hand-placed prototypes? Because you don't pick and place a prototype. The setup time on to set up a job to pick and place. So you don't make a panel when you're prototyping. You make just a single boards, right? You can't put a single board in a pick and place machine, or not in a proper pick and place machine. I'm not talking about a little desktop thing that doesn't have a conveyor. You can't put a single PCB that's this big on a conveyor. So you can't pick and place it. And even if you technically could, it's an hour to set up a job on the pick and place machine, and it's 20 minutes for me to hand place it. So why would I? Yeah, you don't pick and place prototypes. Not on a production line anyway. So does that make sense? Yep, cool. So I have to just be careful of how silly I get in terms of getting things too close. Now, you may remember, you may not remember, there was a lot of discussion when I was designing this that everything's 0402. I have the option of going 0201 for component sizes. I've got the option of going even smaller. Hey JF, I like the 45 cap, the angled cap. Thanks. Yeah, I do that occasionally if it's the best place to get it. So because it's got a fill, so the cap is on an angle there because of the fill. To get it somewhere else would just be weird, right? Anyway, so one needs to increase spacing, then you adjust space. No, you don't. Once you've prototyped, that's your design, that's what you manufacture. You make panels and you manufacture. So you don't increase and decrease, no. So generally, I place my parts, generally I'm not like sitting there going, can I get my tweezers around this or not? I don't, right? But you got to remember that TinyWATCH is open source, and so I have to design something that other people are going to be able to build if they want to. If they want to get the PCBs fabbed or whatever else, and they want to make one themselves, they can, and they need to be able to assemble it. So I could be a complete asshole and make it really hard to assemble by hand for people, or I can not. So as I said, I can go 0201, I can go 01, 005 if I wanted to on my pick and place machine, but as it is, not everyone's comfortable placing 0402, or placing 0201 is way harder again. It's putting a barrier in the way for people. But that said, there is opportunity here to save space. and there's opportunity here to remove, as I said, to remove caps. So, like for instance, these two caps here, I can get rid of. Is it I refer 007? What? 007? What? I prefer, right, 007. These two caps here, not needed. I could. You need to make a through-hole version. Not sure I could get a watch going through-hole. I've got, that actual cap there isn't needed. That one here really isn't needed. Is it that one or that one? That one, that one. That one here isn't really needed. Like, I've really gone over the top because I wanted to make sure that the power was stable, okay? And there's opportunity to save some space. That's all I'm saying. I think you need a 1 per pin. I think you need 1 per pin ESP32. No. You don't need one. Okay, so no. There's no ESP32 that needs 1 per pin. Generally, you need multiple per voltage domain. Okay, there are different domains on the chip. So you got your analog domain, you got your digital domain, you got your main power, and they all need a combination of multiple capacitors. And even in the design guide, they put inductors and stuff on there, right? But the Pico chip is different. I'm using the S3 Pico 1, and that's different because it's a SIP. A lot of the capacitors and inductors are inside the chip. Technically, I only need 2 capacitors on this chip. Just 2. But that's generally bad practice, right? So that's the thing. Just because expressives say I only need 2 caps, it totally depends on the application. You can't just say, okay, well, it only needs 2 caps and be done with it, right? It based on what's on your board. It's based on where all the components are around your board. How many things are pulling power, or using ADC pins, right? How many things are, on the digital domain? Like, you can't just, there's no just blanket, this is the only cap you need, right? It's guidance, okay? It's reference and guidance in the data sheets. It's not biblical fact, right? And design guides.
Farkman says hello everyone.
Hey Christian. Design guide, they probably only reinforce inductor on the analog supply. No, I believe they
JF says guidance is not the law.
It is not the law. Yeah, it depends on the peripheral and the chip. I'm just looking now inside the Pico. Yeah, they've only got an inductor on the analog side. But just to let you know, they've got 1, 2... So the caps that I've got, so inside the SIP here, okay, that and that... Hang on, let's move this. That and that, that and that, plus an inductor on... where's reset? Plus an inductor over here are inside the SIP. So I can get rid of those if I wanted to. And I may. Or I might leave 1 cap over here. I'm not sure. So, yeah. But this is specific to the Pico chip only. And again, the values they put for their caps, they put like a 0.1 and a 1 microfarad cap, right? But it really depends on your stack up and what's around it. You need to measure, and it's really hard to. Don't get me wrong, it's not an easy thing to do to work out if you're over or under, What's his name? It's just ESP32 S3-Pico 1, and then there's an 8 meg FN8. This one's the FN8R2. No, it's a ESP32 chip. ESP32 S3-Pico. Anyway, so there's an opportunity there, and then obviously I've got I2C devices over here, and then I've also got I2C devices over here, which I'm not a fan of, but they grew out from my original design. Plus I've got I2C down here, but on a separate bus for the touch. So there's a lot of opportunity to reshape the board. I don't like these buttons at all. I hate them. But finding replacement buttons that are better is proving really problematic. I do sort of 2 times 1 F per power pin might as well be overkill. But adding 1 microfarad per pin doesn't do anything. Like, why? The whole point, if you've got more than 1 cap on a power pin, whatever, the idea is to have different capacitors. So for different frequency ranges, for different whatever. And then the other thing you need to consider is that depending on the type of cap you're using, right? And depending on the package size of the cap, and depending on the temperature coefficients and thermals of your board, it might say stick a 0.1 microfarad cap on this pin, and you stick a 0.1 microfarad cap on there, 0402, and it might be giving you 50 picofarad because of the thermals and the, whatever dielectric you chose, and you know what I mean? Like, people just, they look at a reference design, they smack a cap down, and they don't really think about it. But I do that now based on my experience of what I've used across all my boards, right? Which is why I've got all these caps on here in the first place. My original design for this board wasn't using a Pico chip. It was using just an ESP32 FN8, so 8 mega flash with an external crystal and external PS RAM. My original design, because I couldn't get my hands on any of the Pico chips. They were brand new when I first started designing this. Well, originally I was doing it with a C6. Some of you might remember. As a gift, are you planning on updating something on it in the future? Hello, Sad Tuna. What do you mean, am I planning on updating something on it? I can never tell you, I can never say that the hardware is ever going to be fixed. Like, there is a new revision coming out of the board soon, but functionality is exactly the same. And obviously the software will work on all of them. So if you're asking me if there's a Reflow Master Pro version 2 coming out, no. Although I did actually quite a while ago, right here, this is actually a version 2 design, but it's not something I'm going ahead with. So to answer your question, no, it's just well, there's always something in the pipeline, always. Always. But, so yes, there is a design change coming. I've got a prototype here, but it's exactly the same. It's going to look exactly the same. It's going to operate exactly the same. I haven't put this together yet. The change is about manufacturability. It's not about functionality. Identical functionality. Steve, hello. SDG Electronics. People often get the values of the caps, multiple caps wrong, and cause more issues than they're trying to solve. Absolutely. More capacitance for decoupling is not better. You need to understand the consequences of adding more. And yeah. So this TinyWATCH board is very different to like a Tiny S3, for instance, right? So a Tiny S3 is a board that you might stick in a breadboard, you might not, you might put in a project, you might not. But basically you have air access on both sides of the board, right? You got header pins, you got places for thermals to go, whatever, right? The TinyWATCH board is designed to sit flush against the back of a screen. So the thermal characteristics of the board, and then it's supposed to go inside a little case, right? So everything about the design thermally is different to a development board, right? Which means all of the characteristics of the capacitance on the board completely changes, right? If you look at, I'm not going to go through it now. I'm not going to pull one up, but if you look at pick any capacitor out there. I'm not talking about one from AliExpress. I'm talking about like a known capacitor brand with, a code and a data sheet. And you look at all their graphs they've got down the bottom of the data sheet that everyone skims over and doesn't really look at, right? And I don't blame them. They've all got a sweet spot where their capacitance is the value that you think you're buying in a particular thermal range and use case, and then outside of that, it's not. So, you just got to keep all that type of stuff in mind. Anyway, whatever. I was talking about buttons. So these buttons, they're Omron buttons. They are B3U 3000P. Actually, should be in this list somewhere. Let's go Omron. So I'm always looking for buttons, always. It's just on DigiKey. We're doing the great search like Adafruit. Well, not really. Can you add an extra point in the profile for the RMP? Sure. You can see, yeah, on the web interface you can. Inside. No, you can't. You mean an actual? No, the positions are fixed. You can't add an extra point. No, sorry. But you can change. What did you need to add an extra point for? Wait. The thing is, I leave it there because having space for different caps. There's no automotive grade capacitors. Multi like MLCC doesn't exist as far as I'm aware. It's nothing to do with grades. It's the nature of the type of the capacitor. Right, no, you can't. That's on purpose. It doesn't matter that it's flat because you can't actually, like, your oven's not going to be flat there, right? Because an oven can't. They do automotive MLCC, really? I couldn't imagine that they might be wider on a thermal range. Anyway, whatever, okay. I apologise then, I've never seen them, but I've never really looked for them, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, what are you trying to, like, just because it looks like it's flat on top, that's not what your reflow curve is going to do, really. Because, it's not going to flatten off like that and stay steady and then drop. It's always going to curve around that area. So that's really just a range, a window. What you don't want is it to have a peak like this. You're supposed to hold the temperature within that reflow window. You're supposed to hold it. It's almost impossible to hold it exactly flat anyway, but you want to hold it within a range for a period of time. So if you look at data sheets of products, like, they'll tell you, like, you need to be within the reflow window for 30 seconds or something, right? So that's why it looks like that visually. I mean, you can always squeeze those two values together to get it shorter, I guess. Yeah, they're just... Yeah. The automotive... I couldn't see how with the MLCC construction, how they could make a version that would work differently in thermals than the same one and call it automotive. Like, I couldn't think that would have anything to do with the thermals and the capacitance drift. I don't know, I don't see, like, if that was the case, they'd make all of them that way. That's why they got different dielectrics. So I don't know, I wouldn't have thought automotive would make a difference on that. And maybe some dielectric versions are classed as automotive and some aren't, right? There are some caps, like you don't use a cog or an NPO for decoupling, for instance, right? Okay, anyway, sidetracked. I was looking for buttons. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Did I click Omron? I did, right. So, these are the buttons I'm using. And I really dislike them. Hey Alex, no, not early. Designed not to crack under thermal and board stress. Right, but they have nothing to do with the coefficients, temperature coefficients. They'd be the same. That's the characteristics of MLCC, not of... Anyway. So the problem with these buttons, I mean, they're a small button. They're 4mm by 2.5. But they're... the length of the actuators aren't great, and they're quite small. And what I really want is this exact button, but 20% bigger. Crap, and I've never had any fall apart. They're also a real pain in the ass to pick in place because they don't provide them with Kapton on the top, which means the pick in place head has to grab it in that little... anyway, that's a whole different story. So I'd really like to find a better button, but the pick-ins are quite hard, really. There's a lot of options. So if I have surface mount, right angle, and I want a rectangular button for more surface area, in stock. Oh, we're down to 8. Really? 8 buttons? Oh, wait. I've got Omron still. I know that they don't make one. There's a bigger version of, like, a bigger image, blurry image, but no, I don't want Omron, so get rid of manufacturer. Stock a different dielectric to choose from. Well, for me, not really. I don't work that way. Like, either I'm using decoupling caps, which I can use for bulk, or I'm using RF specific caps, right? So I don't like stock different dielectrics. Like, I either, X5R, X7R. I'll buy X7R if I can find them, and they're reasonably priced. Otherwise, I'll buy X5R, and that's for decoupling. Or bulk, and then I've got my RF ones. So, and anything outside of that I don't look at. And I know you can get X8R now and X9R and whatever, but capping resistors. Look at the temperature curve chart. Right, it's important, but a lot of the time you can just ignore it, depending on what you're making. Right, if you're making something for yourself, it doesn't matter. If you're making something that's, even if it's a product, but it's not a whatever, as long as you test your product properly before you ship it. Again, like a data sheet might say you need to stick a 0.1 cap next to the VDD pin of an IC, and so you just stick one down, and maybe you're only getting 0.05, right? Like you're only getting like 50 nanofarad. Well, that still might be okay for that chip, and it might function fine, right? So the fact that you're sticking a 0.1 down there and you're not getting 0.1, not a big deal maybe, right? But you got to test it first. You got to know that, you can't just put... I saw a video the other day. I'm not going to call anyone out or anything. He's made a nice board. He used the Pico, and he was, touting how, you know, you only need this and this on the board using the Pico compared to other ones, and I don't, you know, whatever. And he's only got one cap on his power pin on there. And look, if it works, if it's working on his board, it's working on his board. Great, no problem, right? But I'd never ship a product that way. I'd never optimize so far that I can't guarantee the results of the board and ship a product that way, right? You just got to make sure that your choices are, that they make sense. Thorough planning requires no tests. Slap on whatever you got lying around. Absolutely. Okay. Sorry, I'm totally distracted. I haven't even started moving stuff around on... no, it's not about warranty. Sorry, it's not about warranty. It's about user experience. And it's about edge cases. You know what I mean? Like, and solving problems if there's a problem. Back to switches and back to the board. So I've been looking at different switches. Panasonic seem to have some interesting ones. The pictures look massive, so, but I need a sideways, a surface mount sideways, and it can't have holes. So nothing like this, right? Can't have holes in the PCB. So it's got to be completely down, flat, like these ones. But I need a better length actuator. With a much better click. The ones I'm using right now, they're just not, they're not clicky at all, and there's a very short throw on the actuator length. So I think they're 4.3 by 2.9 in size, the ones I'm using at the moment, but I can make them a bit bigger, that's fine. But I need a, so if I go to, what did I say it was? 4.3, 2.9. Right, so the Omrons don't list, if I look at the Omron, they don't list what the actuator length is, which is really frustrating. Oh, no, it wasn't that one. But I need something with a longer actuator. Anyway, I think I found something, and I need it to be cost effective. So like Worth have got some. I saw ages ago, I know Worth have got, they had something I think close to what I wanted. Outline. I don't want to go smaller, I want to go bigger than what I've got, if I can squeeze it in. And I want a higher operating force, preferably. But, see, unfortunately, most of these don't have actuator length specs, right? Or actuator height off the PCB. That's the other problem, is these buttons are really short. They're really flat. So it's a really tiny area for the button. Yeah, there's an actuator column, but you can't, yeah, they're not populated. So that's why I look here. If it doesn't appear here, it's not populated on in the data, which is really a pain. So so I want to see, the point is I want to see if I can make some more space for a bigger button. Yeah, and I'm always on the lookout for a shorter USB connector, but haven't been able to find one. And before you say there's plenty of shorter, as in length this way, right? There's plenty of them, you're right, there are plenty of USB connectors that are shorter this way, right? But what I mean by shorter is I need shorter distance between here. Right? Having this bit here stick out less doesn't help me, right? It's how, as it is with the PCB, I'm making the PCB stick out to move the USB connector further out, right? I need shorter between here and you can get them that are a bit shorter, like a millimeter shorter, which is nice. The problem with them is all of their peg legs are too long and they go through the PCB and stick out, and they can't stick out because there's a screen there, right, sitting flush. So, you know, there's always trade-offs. So this is, you know, the USB connectors I've got right now are designed to fit inside a 1mm thick PCB without the peg sticking through. And I've yet to find, much to my dismay, pegs that will be closer together this way that aren't longer. And it's super frustrating. Scroll across, there is an actuator column. Yeah, I know there is, but my point is, the actuator column isn't populated for most of the products that are in here, AJ. The ones I've been looking at don't have any data in those columns. So I've been looking at Worth, I've been looking at Panasonic, I've been looking at CK, and most of them that are this type of button don't have their data in there. So it's kind of pointless. Yeah, I've got, but I can't use a vertical USB. It's got to be a sideways USB. What, someone's going to plug the USB through the screen into the thing? No. I use vertical USBs on my bling boards. But vertical USB isn't what I'm after. Small USB is what I'm after. Okay, so let's just start. Let's just start. And I don't even know where to start, honestly. So my aim is to make space, and I don't know which end I want to make space from. And I've been going for almost an hour. And yeah. This chip is this is the haptics chip. It's freaking huge. I don't even know where to start. I can turn off those layers. I mean, the RF on the board is tuned and it works really well. So I really don't want to mess with this area here. So I might want to I want to compress everything up if I can. You can't move the USB and or the buttons, just start from there. Huh? What? Well, I can't. Well, I can move whatever, but moving something for the sake of moving it doesn't make a lot of sense. The buggers take pictures of your board so you can't change anything without paying for the retest. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, well, you're not supposed to be changing it though. But anyway, yes. So as I said, there is an opportunity. Right, so I'm using 0402 still. I use layer 3 as my power plane and layer 2 is my ground, but that's just, yeah. Yes, to answer your question, yes, that's what I do. So there's my top layer, which I also use for ground. There's my ground layer, and there's my power domains, and then bottom I've got ground as well. A lot of ground. I want a lot of places for thermal to go. So, okay, got to stop getting distracted. I'm using 0402. I'm using standard via sizes that don't cost extra at JLC, right? I'm doing, like, the design, I try to keep my designs so the PCBs are cheap as possible, and so they're hand assemblable, right? And stuff like that, right? Like my trace width, all my traces are, a lot of them are 0.154 millimeters. I could go thinner, for sure. I could go to 0.127. Not going to give me a huge amount of space back, but it'll give me some. But I've also got a lot of traces that I'm not overly happy how close they are together, right? Like I've got this backlight trace here, which is a PWM signal, and it's a 4-layer board. Can I share my design fab rules? What do you mean by share? It's not like in a file I can send. It's embedded into the PCB. You can go to the GitHub repo for TinyWATCH, and there's a PCB there, KiCad PCB, that you can just load that. That's got all my design rules in it. They're stored as part of the PCB. So I don't particularly like having this so close, right? Like the space between them is almost the width of the trace. It should be more. So this is a PWM signal sitting next to the touch reset and the TFT data signal, right? Can you export them? Oh, I've never tried. Okay, maybe. So stuff like that, you know, I mean, it works, obviously, tested, no issues, but, you know, I could go thinner traces and then get them closer together, and I'm potentially going to be adding in issues. So I think it's about pushing everything up. So let's push everything up. I'll go to decide if I'm really going to get rid of these. Here's the schematic. Opening that up because I'm going to, for instance, if I want to get rid of these, right, I need to get rid of them on here and in here. So there's one. Where's the other one? Oh, it's those two, right? So I don't want to leave them in the schematic while I'm doing it. Right. So I need to get 3 volts to that pin. So I'm going to swap these around. Now the other thing I do is I try to leave, because I try to be a good person and leave space between the QFN and components. See the gap here? Right? I try to leave enough space between them so people can get a soldering iron in there if they need to. That's going to be ground. So I'm putting this over here. So I need to get these 3 volts over. So there's a fill here, which I don't really need now. Ooh. So you all know about the constrain tool. Hang on. Let's get this smaller so you can see. So you see the constrain, HV, so horizontal, vertical, and lock to 45. You can turn that on and off, right? I'm using shift and space on the Mac. I don't know what it is on other platforms. So when it's off and I grab this, so you can go anywhere, which means you end up with really wonky shaped fill, like copper fills and stuff. But if I turn it on and then I grab it and I move it, oops, see it's constraining it, which is nice. It doesn't always constrain it to the direction I want, but that's okay. Right click on that, remove that corner. I'm going to remove that corner. Actually, no I won't. So I'm using a fill here, and I probably don't need a fill. Ooh. Move that corner. For the moment, I'm just going to leave it as a fill. I'll worry about it later. I try to, if I'm joining power domains together, power together, like 3 volts on this pin, on this pin, this pin, I try to always, if I can, use a fill instead of traces, if I can. Doesn't matter for the moment. I'll tidy it up later. I always go back and tidy up later. Okay. So need to ground? Here. Okay. See, I could probably now get that into here. I know they're close, I'll worry about that after. I'd have to decide how close I really want to get these components to each other. I mean, I'm not sure I want to put that there. Like, I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to achieve in terms of squishing up. So that's an IMU. That's the 6-axis. God of good old feel. What? Who? What? Isn't a default spacing recommendation double trace width? Well, ideally it is, but you know, you can't do that on most designs. So yeah. It's possible to place a wire directly under a pad, like if you want to connect a pad to the ground layer. You can, but you want to then use like an epoxy filling or something. You don't want to leave it as a tented or open wire. So when you're ordering from like JLC, for instance, you have the option of filling and capping your wires, which costs more. If you want to do wire in pad, you must do that. Okay, let's just go back to here. I've got a 1 and a 0.1, so I might. My original thought was to squish everything down, but I really don't want to relay out the RF. Really don't want to. So right now I've got a 6-axis here, IMU, and I've got my magnetometer over here because there was no room for it over here. I had to bring up I2C across anyway because of my RTC chip and the haptics. So, but it'd be nice if I had a 9-axis IC, but you can't, like there are only a few around and they're really expensive. So if you look at, like, I think Bosch, the new Bosch, the BNO, was it 80? BNO 08. Oh, is that it? Oh wait, oh. Like $16 each. Yeah, you got to fill it. You got to fill it, and yeah, it also depends on the pad size and your wire size and your layer stack up. But yes, obsolete. Great. So that's a 9-axis. So it's got accelerometer, gyro, magnetometer built in. Wait, what are they saying? Oh, the 85 is the new one. Okay. So the 9 axes are, yeah, you got acceleration, which is 3 axis, gyro, which is 3 axis, which I have in one chip right now, and then magnetometer, which gives you your compass, right? I've got them as 2 different parts for considerably less than what these cost. What is this set to? Is this US? I'm not logged in at the moment. US dollars, right? Okay. So, yeah, I mean that's just a lot of money. $9. $9 plus import fees and whatever else to get them into one chip. But getting into one chip means that so it's 5.2 by 3.8. 5.2 by 3.8. Curious what that 5.2. Why is it doing that? 3.8. I want that one. 5 point. Yeah, it's a big chip. 5.2, 3.8. Yeah, so that's a massive chip. Right, that's how much space it would take compared to what I'm using right now, but it's all in one package. But it's just too expensive. There's a TDK have one, but my point is there aren't many anymore. So if you look at IMUs, and you look for how many axes. So 9 axis. That one's got barometric pressure, whatever. Okay, if I just choose all of the 9 axis ones, right? It's 47. Except I need it to be I squared C. Okay, 10. We're down to 10. Out of curiosity, and based on price, what, $218? Let's not go that one. Okay, so the cheapest one is the TDK, down to $4 for 5,000, $4.4. But I don't sell that many watches. Hey, Life in Cycling. I'd be buying at the maximum 500 level, but this is not for new designs, right? Not for new designs. And when you look at stuff that's active, you got the 85, which is, very expensive. The 86, which is very expensive. And that's it. So there's only 4 chips available on DigiKey, of which 2 of them are not for new designs. So, it's very slim picking. Yeah, the third axis, the third lot of 3 axis is nasty. The magnetometers are nasty. Anyway, so, which is why I didn't go for a 9 axis directly. But you look at the space I'm losing around the IMU, and as it is, I'm encroaching the space a little bit. And it's also a pain in the ass. It's like in terms of just soldering, and it's a little BGA part. Is there any better suppliers? No, well, it's the same problem. It's not the supplier. If I go to Mauser, and I go IMU, initial measurement units. I generally buy from Mauser, not from DigiKey, just letting you know. But did I not click on it? IMU? I thought I did. Right. So I want 9 axis. I don't know what 6 axis, 9 axis is, but I want 9 axis, and I want anything to do with I squared C. Hit, I don't know what that is. Okay. Apply. I mean, there might be some SPI ones, but I don't have a spare SPI pins. Yeah, but I don't want to be designing it putting it on a board, not for new designs, when it's not accessible for people as well. So you got to remember this. Again, if someone wants to build one themselves, and they want to buy just one of them, it's like $8 US for 1 chip on the board. Like that's, I'm trying to be mindful of that as well. I mean, here it is here. I mean, a one-off here on Mauser is $12. Yeah, so more expensive on Mauser. So here's one from Movella, which is end of life. So I should mark it as in stock. See, I'm not even marking active, right? Like, I don't mind seeing ones that aren't in stock. That aren't active. $3,000 for this one. Okay. So there's the 2DK. There's the Bosch, $20 for one off. Anyway, like there aren't a lot of choices, is my point. So I use this on a client board. This part from ST, and look at that. So it's end of life. Look at that, like a one-off, $39, $32 for a 50 off. Yeah. These used to be pre-COVID.
Sim, Chad has disconnected.
Pre-COVID, this component used to be $6.50, and since COVID, it only went end of life a month ago, right? Look at the prices on them. That's just nuts. Suppliers can be cheaper, but minimum quantity. Right, but again, I don't. It's got to be in stock and available, and it's got to be a good price in the low quantity. Otherwise, there's no point using it. Anyway, so that's my IMU choice, right? I wouldn't mind getting that over here though. This is a fuel gauge, again, I2C, but that's near the battery, which is obviously down here. But that could actually be moved lower. Yeah. I'm zooming in a lot. I really don't know where to start. I mean, I've got a lot of opportunity to close stuff off, right? As you can see. So why can I not see? Right, that's why. Okay, I've got a lot of little things around that block ground fill. Right, it's going to be pains. I'm going to miss them. So if I go like that and then refill it, you see how ground goes through there, and it ends up being, that's an antenna. It's a little antenna, but that's an antenna. So I try to avoid stuff like that. By putting these little blockers in all over the place, but it gets kind of messy anyway. And then the other problem I've got is I need these to be exactly the right positions. I hate it when things are slightly offset. What new components do you want to... No, I don't. It's not. I don't want to fit in more components. I want to reduce the overall space this takes. Like, I'm going to get rid of that. Even though it looks nice. I don't think it's needed. Again, overdone on the yeah. I just want to see if I can free up space. And the main aim for freeing up space is to just have less PCB space being used. And which means, because PCB space has height, and so height means less potential space for a battery or whatever, right? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to make much of an impact anyway. In terms of what I'll gain from saving space. But I want to see if I can. Go away. Such a nightmare aligning all the components for my first PCB. Yeah, I'm a bit. I don't consider myself someone who suffers from OCD, really. But like, I definitely, I really hate it when you can visibly see components that aren't lined up properly. Hey Dave, how you doing? Yeah, Mike. Right, the difference is though, I would never, ever, 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 ever trust anything I bought from Ali. Simple as that. Right? So if you're doing it for personal projects and whatever else, no problem. You do not buy stuff from AliExpress. Full stop. When you're in the product manufacturing game. Right? Yeah, the rain's actually settled, Matt, but it was insane before. Like, it was like, I was really distracted by it. No, it's not a denial of OCD, because there's a lot of OCD type things that don't trigger me at all. But for me, it's more of a, like, it just looks lazy. Like, I look at this here, and these pads, see that this is sitting to the right? Like, I don't like that. Like, it's not an OCD thing, it's just a symmetry thing. Like, that will just look nicer. So why not do it? That's all. Like, I'm not triggered by it. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's not a triggering thing. It's just a... Anyway. You know what I'd love? If anyone from the KiCad team's watching, which they're not. What a shame. But I would love that when especially if I'm in constrained mode, if I grab this corner and I go like this, and I move it all the way to the end, that it would automatically delete that extra point. Because it hasn't. There's currently 2 points here. I can go and delete one, remove corner, and there's still one there. That'd be really nice if that was the case. So you either get ripped off by 100% DigiKey or take your chances from Ellie? Okay. No, Mark. I don't say I buy... I just said to you before, I don't buy from DigiKey. I normally buy from Mauser. I source my parts from proper places that have genuine parts. I won't just go and pay double on DigiKey if I can find it cheaper elsewhere. But that list of places I look will never ever include AliExpress, because you're buying from random people who have random stores who sell ICs and lacy underwear in their same store and have no idea what they're buying and selling you, and it could be counterfeit, and it most likely is counterfeit, or it could be damaged stock, it's never packaged correctly, you know what I mean? Anyway, it's that. Like, I think you're being too black and white, Mike. Anti-AliExpress doesn't mean I will pay whatever price someone asks me. It just means I won't buy from AliExpress because they're not you know what I mean? Like, I don't go and buy fruit and veg from a car dealership. I don't buy... Anyway, so you hate waffles. Got it. What? I mean, I spent over 1k in the last year and all, I never had an issue. Okay, cool. I mean, then you've been very lucky. I mean, do a search on YouTube for fake chips and fake chip AliExpress, whatever, and it's right. And just do a search on Google and you'll see stacks of cases where people have got fake, damaged, not working chips. I can't trust it. I would never do it. It also depends on what the component is, right? But again, I don't buy components from AliExpress at all. That's just me. You know, again, I need a warranty and support my products, and I can't do that when I'm buying stuff where I just don't know where they're coming, what they are, and you know, and where they've been stored, and all that type of stuff. Yep. So, I also have the opportunity to change some components over. So this is my standard battery charge IC, my PMIC for battery, and which is the TP 4065. But I actually moved to a different IC on my OMG S3 board because I was completely space constrained. It's a what is it? TP, is it 4055? Can't remember which one off the top of my head. It's about this big. So there's a little bit of space to be saved there. I'd never ever use passives from AliExpress ever. Well, no, sorry. Blanket rule for me: I don't buy anything from AliExpress. I will buy things like for prototyping, like I'll buy some screens, right? Random assortment of different, LCD and TFT screens for prototyping, and then when I need to go in production, I'll find a supplier that gives me warranty, and stuff, and then that's where I get it from. Okay, well, it's great that you've had such a good success with it. Yeah, not something I'd do. Not for me, but that's okay. Okay, I'm going to... Let's go. Let's keep squeezing. Now, you'll see a lot of these gaps. I've got deliberate gaps around my D plus and D minus. So here. So these are D plus, D minus, and I've got ground around them through the middle. So I'm wasting a bit of space getting vias inside here to do that. But again, I've got a screen with a backlight PWMing directly behind the PCB, and I've got signal crossing D plus and D minus, which I generally try not to do, and these are SPI, so it's to the screen. So we're talking about a high rate signal going over D plus and D minus. So I try to make sure that I've got some good ground around them. Not at all. Hey Mike, Jude, you're being very black and white. I don't get my information from YouTube. I was just pointing out to you to have a look, but no, I think, I'm sorry if I offended you by saying what I said. It's something I would never do. If it's working for you, great. Okay, but it's something I just won't do, right? And that's fine. You can do what you want, but please don't tell me it's karma, and I'm not judging you, but you're judging me, so please don't. It's a free world. You do what you want. Always do prototypes and design verification with parts from Mauser. It depends on what it is, right? I mean, I wouldn't buy stuff like this from Mauser for prototyping, but just what it is. Absolutely not, Mike. My opinion is based on me buying stuff from AliExpress for years early on when I started, and having stacks of fake product delivered and parts that died suspiciously and all sorts of stuff. I'm basing it on my own facts for me. Okay? You're telling me how I'm basing my facts. Just let it go, Mike. Please let it go. Okay? We should move on. Keep everyone on a positive stuff. Hey, Dutch, what are you doing? No, you didn't need to do that. There was no need. No. Okay. It was fine. He's allowed to think what he wants. He can do what he wants. It's fine. Honestly, he does what he does, and he's happy with it. That's okay. Like, I'm not gonna whatever. Ah. Let's see if I can get this up here. Doesn't really. Anyway. With mentioning AliExpress is quite different from working directly with manufacturers on Alibaba. Absolutely, I buy a lot of stuff from Alibaba. You know, and there are people on Alibaba that sell stuff that they don't manufacture. Like, you know, it's not just the manufacturers on there, but you can find the manufacturers as well. So, like the screens that I use, I buy directly from the manufacturers of the screen. And they're not necessarily cheaper to go that way or anything, or easier to buy that way, source that way. But I'd rather buy them from the manufacturer. If I've got a problem or whatever else, it's just easier to deal with. I'm just going to... I want to see if I can just... I don't know. Yeah, again, I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to do here. I'm just closing things up. I might end up having, like, you know, grabbing a whole bunch of stuff and moving it. I hate how KiCad has all these little stray bits. So there's a cleanup option. Oh, is that not on the screen? You can go to tools and clean up tracks and vias, but that always worries me because I don't know what it's doing. Like, it gives you a list of what it's going to do, but that list is, half of my lab is filled with mains powered products from Ali and the embedded hobby. Yeah, I've got, like, if it's stuff that I'm just mucking around with, I'll buy from Ali. But if it's for products that I'm manufacturing, then no. Yeah, it's not worth my risk. Okay. So I do have quite a lot of O201 components here. Yeah, he was getting a bit rude, but that's okay. I'm feeding my OCD. Hey John, how you doing? And hi to anyone I haven't said hi to that I've missed. I apologise. I have been a little distracted. I'm going to delete these vias just for the moment and move this one so it's easier for me to hit D and I have to do this one too. Move this over. This is naughty, but I do this a bit actually. Gives me some extra space. Catch you later, Dale. Have fun playing. People need to listen to moderators. Why? Was someone telling him to stop? Come on. Ah, cuckhead. Sometimes the magnet thing gets stuck. Okay. I really hate this space here. But I really don't know what I can do about squeezing that up. This on-off switch. If I take that through here, don't like that at all. We get it through there. Whenever I do stuff like this, I always picture in my head JLC PCB shorting the tracks during manufacturing. And on my power switch line, that would be bad. Okay, so can I get CC line? I wonder if I can get my CC lines out to here. I have to I'm not sure I'm a fan of that, but it clears up some space here, and if I move that over, oh, you know what I could do? I've got no idea. Hang on. Just for the moment, I'm putting that there. I want to see if I can I get that here? What's that stuck on? Is that stuck on? This is just to join the V-bus together, which isn't really needed, by the way. Definitely not a trace that thick anyway. But you can always change it later. Come on. If I do that, I can get those big vias out of the way. Ooh. Not a fan of that. Alright. Okay, anyway, so and what that does is that frees me all this space here. I can get these ground closer. That's my USB coming in. Oh, I didn't move that up. Interesting. And actually put that around the other way. It's a TVS. How many is what, Steve? What? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'm going to put that back because I need to lift this up. And like I can feel like, so this is the a cap and then the reverse, like the backfeed diode for VBus, so you don't get battery power going back through the USB. And then this is going to the load switch, the power button. I feel like this could all be moved over. But I know once I start moving, I'm going to realise that, oh, hang on, that won't fit now because of blah, blah, blah. But let's see if... Why is this in pieces? And again, what, this whole... Anyway. What's deep? What? What did I miss? There's going to be ramifications to this. I know there is. It's going to be such bad. Right, because that there, that's power from here. That's a fill that goes to the 3.3 volts, but that's actually maybe okay because it was all out on an angle here before, and now I can... I'm going to move that over as well, but don't mind us, we're just talking nonsense up in the chat. Okay, that's cool. Ping me if you need. Need to move that. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see that. For now. Wow. I feel like this little guy is really not in a good spot, but Create corner. Create corner. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna forget to join something back up again. It's over. Move that over. Okay. So that doesn't look like a lot, but it's actually quite a bit. If you look at how much offset it is from the 3.3 volt now. Supply AC adapter, buzzy. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, so we've got V-bus in. Right, fix that. Probably don't need that now. Down. Around there. Round. So we've got 5 volts coming in through the TVS into the into a decoupling cap, an 0603 decoupling cap, diode, which then goes to the V-bus in, and it does this because I need V-bus in to come over here for the to switch the battery on and off. Although I don't need this. That's just like a sense pin. That's the gate. But anyway, it goes into there, and then I've got my V-bus in power coming up to here. Which then, that's my V-bus in going to my switch. And the switch goes to the 3.3 volts, which is here, and that can also now kind of be shifted over a bit as well. And it's really hard to tell if I've achieved anything by doing this so far. So, but I'm sure I have. Also, I don't know why I can't just put this here. So, there is a fill here, you see this? But I don't really want to encroach that too much, but, and yes, it'd be nice if that was lined up there, but it's not, it can't be. But can I do this? Rather than getting it there. So that means I can still move it over. I have to fix those, but I can still make some more room here. and I feel like I should. I'm just going to delete those so I can move this. What is that in there? Go away. And that one there. So that's the little bits. D, move that over. Okay. Ranges and measure the you guys talking audio stuffy stuff. It's going to eat into that, so move that a bit more. So this is all going to be out of whack again. V-bus is coming down right to the speaker. Okay, did I get it all? V-bus. So maybe I should adjust that there. Can't get that higher. That'll do. So for that topic, we just had a little flood from the rain. Really? I don't even want to know if we're flooded here or not anywhere. Okay, so this here is, this is the sense pin. I wonder if if that could go like that. So I don't need this here. So all these can be deleted. Remove. At home, I've set this up with a shortcut key. Haven't done it here, and I really should. So I just need that. It's just driving, like it's just no, that's not true. I lied. Sorry, I do need... No, V-bus in does have to be... I need that. I lied. Oh, man. Maybe it could just be like that. Squishing things for the sake of squishing things, maybe. So that's V-bus in. Whoa. that's VBAT. And then that. Okay. Oh, I just hit whatever key it was that changed my grid. I can never know what it is. It's 5 volts that, oops, that is the sense for that. A shortcut key to remove, hang on, click on that. So you got to hover over a point and right click and go remove corner. So F1 is to create a corner. There's no remove. So I've set up, I think it's, because there's no free key bindings, or very few key free. So I think I've set up, is it Command Shift R or something like that? But you still have to hover over the point. So you hover over the point and then Command Shift R to remove it, rather than right click, remove corner. Not a big deal. Okay, so that's a bit of free space there. Back a bit. Actually, I can. Okay. Like, I wonder if I can fit a bigger buzzer. I don't know. I'm making all this space, but I don't really know what I can bring over still. I've got all this ground everywhere. So you might notice that some of my vias, especially some of my ground ones, if they're near power, I'll go for a bigger via. So this is a 0.5, 0.3. So a bigger opening, slightly bigger annular and a bigger opening of the hole to reduce inductance. You know, like there's a normal one here, which is, you know, 0.4, 5, 0.2. Just the difference there. I don't recommend it unless you're filling the caps, like epoxy or capping them, because otherwise they leave a bit of a mess. Double small vias. Right, but double small vias aren't going to give you less inductance potential. They'll, yeah. And double small vias takes up way more space. Just saying. But sure. It depends what it's for. Like, yeah. So I'm not using SPI like in. It's a pity I don't have VBus sense on the other side, because then I could bring those resistors here and free up that space there. But anyway, not sure the inductance would be affected by via diameter. Yes, the hole size, bigger hole, less inductance, 100%. More vias, less inductance as well. But if you don't have space for two vias, like two vias next to each other takes more space than one bigger via, right? If you don't have the space for extra vias, going through a bigger hole will reduce inductance. Generally what you do in an RF space, like I got plenty of space here, I've spanned this, but I could reduce the number of drill holes here. If I had an issue with the drill count, like for JLC for instance, I could take a bunch of these vias, remove them, like half of them, and increase their inner hole size. I'm only increasing the annular because I need to increase both, right? What did I say? Oh, sorry. Oh my god. No. Impedance and induct. Yeah, maybe I meant impedance. Yep. Well, that may start with in. Well, im. Inductance, impedance. Yeah, maybe I meant impedance. I apologise. Yeah, there you go. I'll shut up now. They're the same thing, impedance, inductance. Surely. I really don't know what I'm doing here. If I got them further up. Okay, why didn't I just do that? I mean, why can't I just put this up here? And that really can just go to there. And I don't need, well, I do, but make the via waveguide beyond cutoff, and you could remove all the RF. Okay, so now I have space the final frontier. That I could maybe why oh why, stop complaining, move them all together. I know they're overlapping. I'll get to that in a moment. Like I've got the opportunity now to move them down and space them up a bit. I know, John, I was joking. Sorry. I was being facetious. I apologise. I know they're not the same. Sorry. I was being a smart ass to compensate for my stupidity of saying inductance instead of impedance. Although it will affect the inductance. It's got to affect both. I know you board stack up, but you got more surface area going through. Potentially should reduce inductance, I would have thought. Surely. See, that sucks. Okay, so I've got all this space in the middle here, which is really annoying. How do I free up more space? So what are these? They're just LEDs. Why don't I move the LEDs into here? Ooh. And what is that? Why is there a cap there? So here's another example of I stuck a cap here because the stat LED, yeah, so it's probably not even needed. See ya. Bye. Do I sound like a bit loony then? Bye. All good, John. All good. So if I rotate these around, no, maybe I can't squeeze them there. Can I get these LEDs in here? Maybe. Oh, I need that one to get to the stat pin. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, what's if I go one and one on the other side? So if you went here, if you went there and swapped you around, and you went, can I get it higher? Because then you could go still not enough. I want that higher. I want these to be next to each other. See, I'm focusing too much on cosmetics at the moment, but it is also freeing up a stack of space. So, you know, might be too close, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out at some point. See, look at all that space in here I've freed up now. But I feel like there's still opportunity here, and I haven't moved the 3.3 volt stuff over yet. Right, but I could put that back there. And then I could move this. did Mike Jones leave after this? I don't know. I don't think he was a very happy camper at the end of that. I didn't mean to offend him. I'm not sure what I said that was look at all this shit. That was offensive, but clearly something was. Like, I wasn't trying to say that he was an idiot. I don't know, this just seems to be like, you don't know what you're buying or where from. Like, saying you trust the supplier, what does that really mean? Like, anyway, all good. Okay. I really feel like I can move this over a lot more. And that can definitely go the other way. Okay, that's a big chunk of space in here. Like, it's not about what else can I fit, it's about, like, maybe I can move some stuff. I've got that second I2C. Where's the first? There's I2C. It's over on this side, so I don't know what I'd put there. Pity I can't fit the haptics in there. That's a big chunk of space. So right now I've gained no space. Like, I've gained all this space here, yeah. I've it doesn't look like I've gained space here, but I've actually gained, like, at least here, all that space there and some down here. Like, that all can be moved over now. That's the PWM for the screen. But I don't know what I'd do with that space. Like, I've never liked the microphone being so close to the haptics. Like, but it seems to not interfere. It seems to be fine. Cold coffee. But, you know, I guess I've just been lucky. I'd really like bigger pads for the haptics. They're a real pain in the ass to solder. Like, maybe I can move these over. Now they've got space here. Move the haptics over. And make these at least longer. These pads. They're a real pain to solder on. Like, they look big at the moment, but they're tiny, right? The same with, I need to increase these massively, the solder pads. I made them too small for people. Like, maybe now that I've got this free, okay, let's just close that. So these two here, they're pull-ups for the second I2C bus that goes to the touch. It needs to be on its own bus. And they come all the way around to here. But I've got space in here now, so maybe I should do the pull-ups in here. That frees these ones, and then I can move
See, Chad has disconnected.
Then I can move the fuel gauge down, and I can get the magnetometer all the way over here. Again, freeing space up here. That's actually not a bad idea. Okay, so if I grab these two I2C resistors, I need to make some space. Don't know why I've got that there. SDA, right, I need to swap them over. So that's SDA. That's SCL. That was a ground, but it's not no longer. You can go there. You can go there. Bit worried about how close they are. How close they are to the connector, I meant. I can put that. Will that fit in there? No. About there. Yep. I just want to get ground to here. I mean, I don't need to. There's already ground from there, and there's ground coming around. But if I'm going to have something like this, I want to have multiple ground vias coming to it. It's not a cap though. Like it's just a that's a pull up, a pull down. Sorry, far out. You could always. I don't really need that one there. Or I could use a small, like a little via. I'd probably want to block that off, but I'll do that later. Okay, so that gives me my pull-ups, almost. Oh, that's a good point. No point having that there. I just blocked it. Oh, actually, I didn't block it. Because it's still coming through here. So that's really not necessary. Okay, I need to block that. Where was my little blocker from before? I deleted it, didn't I? I need to find another one. Oh, I've got a little blocker. See all this through here? Don't like that. Need to block those off. And I spoke about doing this, didn't I? So I could move this over. Of course. Okay, I'll move it over later. Let's go back to here. Okay, I'll block this later. No, I'll block it now. Okay. Keep out fill zones. Just need a little like that. And now that's all gone. I don't have to worry about that. Okay, so, and now I can actually move them closer together. See? I hate this. One. Remove. What's the hat for? What am I missing? I must be missing really good discussions. Okay, so they're gone, so I don't need these now. Look at that. Yay. So that now frees all of that, right? And this is VBAT here. So this is a long way away from VBAT. So I should be able to grab all of this. Gotta be careful what I grab. Actually, I don't want that. Do I want that? No. That and that. Okay, like that could. I don't know what that is. Get the little wonky line back to the middle where you want it. The wonky line. I'm sorry I'm not participating in the conversation. Right, so I need to get that down to the alert here. Okay, that should be rotated actually. So let me grab those. This should really be like this. Because that would allow me to... I'll fix all this in a moment. That doesn't need to be like that now. And then that will give me access to my I2C, although they're flipped now. Okay, and then this will give me access to... Oh, that's the alert. Where's the alert on that side? Here. Okay, and again, I'll that's a waste. I'll tidy that up. Like I'll get to that. Oh, wait, what did I do here? Whoops. That gives me a lot of space here that I can stick this. So that'll be my 6 axes will be here. And that's 3.3 volts. Excellent. And I've got my I2C here anyway to go into there. So that frees up here. Which is awesome. So all that space. These I can turn on their sides, make them 90 degrees to free up space here, which will allow me to move the RTC over and make more space here. Okay, so like at the moment it looks like I'm not going to make the PCB much smaller because I'm not pushing everything one direction, but I am at least putting things in a better place to start with. But I've got, as I said, lots of free empty space. Look at this here. There's like a stack of empty space there. Like maybe the RTC should go up there. I still have to get the haptics out from here. I need I2C to the haptics. So I need see, all this stuff here is I2C coming all the way around. See all this? It's all I squared C just to get, sorry, where's the rest of it? What did I click on there? Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Anyway, the point is, the I squared C pins are over here. No, where are they? Here, these two pins here on the chip. And I'm going to take them to the left and all over here to the right, which is just really, I feel like all the I squared C stuff should be on the side. Like maybe the RTC should go down in here. Getting them across those might be difficult. Okay, so if I get rid of that, and right, the SDA I can't get through, but put that there. I've got SDA there. I'll worry about squeezing it together more once I've got everything in. And SCL, I don't need that for. Maybe. Why are you not getting through? That was weird. Bottom left corner looks like a place to change the PCB footprint smaller in that corner. Bottom left, down here. Well, making the PCB smaller here doesn't help anything, because my length will still be the same because of this, and my width will still be the same because of this, right? So, not a lot of opportunity to be gained here. It's 1 millimeter, and also this is where the battery's soldered to. But catch you later, Peter. No, Peter's not going to sleep. He's going to work. He should be working, shouldn't you, Peter? Thanks, mate. I'll speak to you soon. We need to do a catch up. It's been a while. Yeah. So I need to. There's not a lot to save from that corner specifically right now. Just bear with me a second. I'm definitely too worried about cosmetics here at the moment. But anyway, definitely too worried. Meaning space for components above that area. Right, but it depends on the component. Like, yeah, I can put the RTC down here, potentially, because I squared C, but I still need to get I squared C over for the haptics. So I might save a bit of space here, but all I'm going to end up doing is having extra space up top in the right corner that I don't have anything to put there, right? At least I think this kind of makes sense, what I'm doing here now. Why aren't you connected? Again, as I said, I'll clean all this up in a moment. Like I want this to go and up. can go. That can go. Wow, what a mess. No, it was on purpose. Don't really need, oops, like this, but anyway. I don't need such big traces coming to here, to the fuel gauge. It's just, it's reading it as a, you know what I mean? It's not charge stuff. God, this is a mess. Does that work? Good. Ground, ground, ground. Okay, I don't like that. Okay. Obviously we need whatever. Okay, so that puts the fuel gauge over there. So it leaves me with no ground in that section. The magnetometer there. Is the one where I'll be working on my boat. You have a boat? Nice. Very nice. Okay, so I don't need these either. But I also don't have anything else to go there, so there's no real harm. Don't need these either, but nothing else can go there because of the RF. Big empty spot. Like this can go there now, and then well, I hate when that does that. See it flickering? Can't make up its mind. Have I replaced it or not? Yes. Doing that so I can move it over a bit. Because I want to get these over, so yeah, not gonna like that. Oh, I submitted a new board. Anyone left to watch? 35 people. Cool. I submitted a new board to JLC yesterday. I should show you. I forgot to mention it before. Open in browser. Look at that. So I've got my little 160 by 80, like my 0.96 inch screen, but I've now done a breakout board for, got a whole bunch of these 1.3 inch 240 by 240 IPS screens. So I made a board for them, and I added a ambient light sensor on it as well. On the back, not on the front. There's no components on the front where the screen is, so that's the back of the board. But it's right at the edge, so you should pick up stuff from the side, hopefully. And you've got the ambient light pin there. So, wait, it is 7789, I hope. Wait, did I get that right? Shit. Is it 8879? 7789? ST7789. Yeah, I got it right. Sure. I just had a panic attack that I got the numbers back to front. Dyslexic. Oh, no, it's a colour screen. It's a 240 by 240 IPS colour. I should have mentioned. Anyway, it's a colour screen with an ALS PT19 on it. And mounting holes, which was done at the last minute. Yeah, so they're getting made at the moment. Just thought I'd share that. Forgot to share it before. Okay, so that's there. So that's there. Oops. Squeezing. Oop. That's annoying, that one there. Maybe I need that to go. Oh, hang on. Why would I do that? I could, sometimes my brain just ain't thinking. Oops. So I'm going to do this. A bit more. Okay. Not sure that looks as nice. Possum on the roof. Oh, birds, not possum, I think. Yeah, you should stop playing with 8266. Come on. Yeah, I got a bunch of different size screens, round screens, long screens. Got another screen here I'm playing with as well, but I'm not quite ready to share that bit of info yet. Soon, hopefully. There's all this gap in here. That is annoying. And I moved that over to free space here, and I haven't actually gained anything. Like, apart from being able to straighten these, I've not gained, because there's nothing I can put there. Oh, that's annoying. And there's no IO like I freed up along the side. So when I said I've used up all the IO, there is probably a couple left, but I can't get access to them. So, well, and I can now because of the space I've made, like, but I don't know what I'd do with them. So there's like 46 and 45 are free here. We don't worry about TX and RX. And then I've got these, so 38, 39, 40. But again, I don't know. And then, so there are a few IO I could access now. All those I can't use. But I just don't know what I'd do with them. Like what other peripherals. And before people say temperature sensor, it doesn't make sense to have a temperature sensor on a watch like this that isn't factory calibrated, as in the watch being factory calibrated, because the board gets hot, and so it's going to completely distort all your thermal readings. The way it works on something like an Apple Watch is it's all put together and assembled, and then the whole watch is factory calibrated to ensure that everything, the baseline is set on the watch and every watch is the same. And I can't do that because people are going to be putting it potentially in different cases or what, like, you know what I mean? It's more of a, yeah, it's not a finished product that someone just puts on their wrist. Yeah. Go over there. You can go there. You can go there. Gotta find the. Okay, maybe a bit more. I don't know if I can fix that. That is enough. Remove. 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 Okay, so now remove. Okay, so I've got all this space here. Like I can't really grab the RTC and all of these and turn it sideways to fit it in over here, but I can now move it all over, I guess. There is lots of space now to get it over. Somewhat, anyway. Can't let both dongles. Hey Beata, what are we talking about? What have you got left? Oh, you're talking about A266s? I got some in a drawer somewhere. What's going on here? Again, I don't know why I'm trying to gain this space here. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to gain anything from it. You know what I mean? Like moving that over doesn't really give me... It might save me a little bit of space with these caps, but... that. Wait, my 3.3, where's that gone? Okay. Are we there yet? I will fix this. Oh, what's that? Leftover. Are we here yet? Are we where yet? I don't know. Somewhere? So that moves the haptics over. Maybe. I don't need ground there. So I can do this. And do that, which will allow me to move this a lot. Delete that. So I really dislike this package for the haptics, but the alternate one is a BGA part that I can't use. I mentioned it ages ago on a stream when I was adding it, because I need to do via in pad on the BGA, which means I need to go down to the smallest size vias that JLC have, which more than doubles the cost of my PCBs. So yeah, not something that I was wanting to do. Doesn't look like I've saved a lot of space there, but I think if I grab these two, move them there, and then I put that one. Why is there no? Why can't I see the shape for this? Edit footprint. Oh, that's why. Okay. Turn the silk on. There we go. Now I can see it. If I move that to there, just to pull down on the mic select, which detects it sets its channel, right? Then let's put that there just for now. I should be able to put these here. Which means I can now, that's not going to like that though. Okay. And that goes to, not great. I'll work on that. I'll work on this. But that then now allows me to not only make these longer, but wider. And that's exciting. But again, it still looks like I've not saved any PCB space. Shift E, no, Command E. Now I'm in edit mode, so I want to make them longer and wider. What is my 0.1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Command E. Command E. 1, 2. Save. Dun. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, you know what? I can space them further apart now. Maybe. I should definitely space them further apart. Come on. What is... Oh, the blue. Right. Damn it. Forgot about the other side. So they're double-sided with wires in the middle because I'm soldering wires to them, and I don't want, if you yank on the wires on the haptic motor, I don't want to rip the pads off. So I'm kind of relying on both sides and the wire for some mechanical strength. Wait, what are they? They're 0.75. Oh, yeah, 1.8. Minus 1.8. Okay, so I've made them, I know it doesn't sound like much, but made them 0.2 further apart. It's getting very close to the button. What is going on? Why can't I select? That's weird. Oh yeah, go there. Go there. What's all this? Bits of... Okay, so let's just piss them off. Start them again. Not sure they're going to be. Is that run through all? Okay, that's not going to like being there. I'm talking to myself. You know how it is. You know how it is. Hey, Lucky. Days when I make it to my desk before Sion stops streaming are the good days. The good days. Well, you missed me just sitting here rearranging things for no... My idea was, I wanted to see if I could make the board smaller. So far, I've not made the board smaller at all, but I've rearranged stuff and actually put things in better places. I actually want it thicker than that. Yeah. Why can't I? That was weird. Why is it not letting me? Okay, well, so I've got bigger pads there. I know they don't look massively different, but they are. Still not sure what I'm doing here, to be honest. Bum, bum, bum. TinyWATCH sucker barn. That's actually funny, Graham. Yeah, it has, hasn't it? It has been a bit like that. So again, I don't know why I'm making this extra space. Not sure. Not sure. Don't know what I'm gaining. I'll come back to that. I don't know what I'm gaining, although I did. So these pads being bigger is really, it is a big thing. Paste and solder mask. Good. It is a big thing. I need to do the same with the battery down here, remember? Okay. So quick recap, I moved the magnetometer that was up here. Oh, wait, I didn't move these. I moved that down next to the 6-axis IMU. This is not going to obviously squeeze in here now. I'll have to fix that later. Or now. Wait, where's my 3.3 volts? In there. Ah, I forgot that I had that. Right. I had them joined across before, and I didn't redo that. Okay, good. So, that could work. Okay, so I moved the magnetometer from here over to here, so it's now underneath the 6-axis. So they're all together now, and I moved the fuel gauge down to fit that in. I got rid of some caps over here. I haven't got rid of caps here yet. I moved the I2C pull-ups for the second line over to here, which allowed me that space to do that. And I've squished all of the power stuff up. I haven't touched the 3.3 volt stuff yet. And moved all of that over, which again, I don't know what, I've not really gained anything yet by doing that. Which is kind of weird. I know it's upside down. I'll fix it later. Actually, do that. That one's upside down. So I've not really gained anything though, which is annoying. The buzzer is all the way from here. Like, what's if we moved the buzzer? I don't like the idea of having the buzzer going across all of these lines. Right now it just goes underneath. So it's this one here, which is why is that? There we go. No. That line there, which is a bit ugly. I know it's ugly. All the way down to the buzzer. Right, to a little transistor, which makes the buzzer go off V-bus. Which means I also have to bring V-bus from here down across, which is not a big deal. It's coming from there. But it's kind of squished in here. If I brought it back over here, I know I made all this space for the batch. Yeah. I could go a bigger buzzer again. Right, I've gained KiCad points. I'm not sure that was really something that I needed, just for the sake of that. I can't really fit that in here. Not with the transistor, and so I've got a diode, a transistor, and 2 resistors. So that's going to be a bit of a squish to fit all that in there. Maybe. maybe. I prefer KiCat points myself. KiCat. Meow. Meow. Oh. And if you look at, so the microphone, which is all the way over here, so all of these traces go all the way back to here. Not that I could get them out and bring them over to the side. That's the other thing to consider, is I can't get them out from here without going through the RF area. Sorry, my email was pinging and I'm curious to see what is going on. And it looks like nothing. Good. Nothing's going on. Nothing I need to action. So I really don't feel like we've gained anything. And I haven't found a button. And I need to make more space for the buttons anyway. Like, I feel like this has been a rearrange for the sake of rearranging, for no real gain at the moment. Which is a bit annoying. Really, to be honest, it's frustrating. Now the other thing, oh yeah, the other thing is, right now there's this thing here because the case, the way it fits in the case, there's a screw hole here that holds the case together like a sandwich, and it goes through here, and there's a heat inset nut on one side of the case. But I bought so when I was looking at surface mount standoffs for my RGB Touch Mini, these are M2 surface mount standoffs, the same type, the ones that don't require a hole. So my thought was that I could stick, now I remember what that space was for. I need two of them, but I could do that now. There's 750 8mm WSW. What's, oh, 7508 you mean? 7.5mm by 8mm? Is that what you're talking about? Like bigger LEDs? That's cool. I want smaller. I want 0808. I want 0505 LEDs, RGB LEDs. Now that I've made space, what I could do is I could move all this RTC back over again. Oh, you've got 750 of 8mm LEDs coming, right? SSB 2025. I need to get the data sheet for that again. I don't know where it is. Right. Okay. Sorry. But if I could get a standoff there, and yeah, but it's in the way of a battery. I'm just speaking shit at the moment. If I had a standoff there and a standoff there, 2 standoffs. 3 would be better, but 2 standoffs, right? And the PCB was, and I actually stuck the PCB to the screen, like it's supposed to be, right? Then I don't need to press fit the screen into the case anymore. It could just sit in nice, like, you know what I mean? Could dramatically simplify the case design, and then the back of the case would be screwed in to the PC, all screwed together. Wait, no, that won't work. Right, what it would allow me to do have you all seen this? It's been a long time, I know. TinyWATCH. This is my revised case design, which I've not shipped. It's a much nicer case design. The way it's manufactured, the way it's printed and whatever. It's got a couple of issues though. So it uses 4 standoffs, heatsink standoffs, heat insets on the top, and it gets screwed in together, right? Yes, yeah. It's got haptics. That's that big chip that I was making the extra pads for. The problem with this is there's nothing holding the screen in. And it's press fit, but it can come out, right? And that's partly because it's not, like, I don't ever glue it to the PCB. I don't double-sided tape to the PCB. But the PCB itself can also come out. See? Oh! And there's the battery. It can also come out because there's nothing holding the PCB in other than the USB connector. Oh, I wrecked the battery buttons. Shit. Not the battery, the what do you call it, buttons? Hang on 1 second. The button fell out. Okay. The point is, my point is, there was nothing holding it together, right? But if I had one of these standoffs on, like an SMD standoff on the PCB, that then screws together and holds the PCB from this side together, and the screen is attached to the PCB with double-sided tape like it's supposed to be, that would hold everything together like it's supposed to, and it wouldn't fall apart. I missed out was a model number. For what? The haptic motor? For the motor or the IC? Are you asking? The IC is just a is the DRV 2605. That's the IC, and I'm just using. I don't have a model number for the haptics. These are the smallest, thinnest haptics I could find that weren't $6 each. So that's what I'm using for haptics. And that gets sandwiched.
Chad has disconnected.
Okay. They get sandwiched into the edge of the case. Not that red case, my normal case at the moment, like that. And so the whole thing vibrates. And it works really well. It's amazing. You can, like, it's way better than the little audio buzzer that's on there. So, yeah, that's had haptics for, well, yeah, version 7 came out with haptics. So, it works really well. But putting these standoffs on, but they're quite big. Well, they're yeah. An Ann Summers part number? I don't know what that means. No, not hot glue. No, double-sided tape. So this is actually, this has freed me up to, I have to move that back, to do that. And that would mean, that would allow me to, it would be a much easier case to print. It won't need those press fit bits, 3D printed press fit on that click it together. And it would hold it all together. It won't allow me to make a smaller case, unfortunately. Like in terms of the thickness and the width or anything. But look, it's not that big. Honestly, it's okay. It's not as thin as an Apple Watch. It's not much bigger than an Apple Watch, right? A little bit. It's not as thin as an Apple Watch. Okay, but I mean, don't forget you got the big bit on the bottom sticking down. But then again, you know, $800, 49, 50 US dollars, $800. Like, you know what I mean? But I don't even know what you guys are talking about. But it would make it all stay together nicer. And it wouldn't need these 4 screws at the back, which are right on the edge, which isn't very nice to print or heat set insert. There'll be no heat press stuff required, which means it's quicker to make the cases. And yeah. And I could also make I could make the case in one piece. I could make the case in one piece, like one 3D print. It won't need to be in parts anymore because it'll all get screwed together from the back. I need to think about that. Yeah, I don't know what Ann is. I don't know what Ann Summers is. I've not heard it before. See, right now this is using a transistor with a you can't see. So there's this little speakers that I use mainly because of size and height, and they're just using V-bus, whatever that is, with a battery or 5 volts if the USB is connected to a transistor. Just tuned in, was hoping for more Xeon struggles with maths and wheels. Did you? Oh, you missed the start of the stream. Yeah, no. Xeon's struggling with inverse kinematics on mechanism wheels at the moment, and not happy about it. I was actually thinking of getting rid of this and sticking an I2S amp on, and using an I2S amp and getting a little speaker, an actual speaker instead of the buzzer, like a separate speaker wired on, like so you solder the wires on. It's more hand soldering, more effort, more cleanup work, more costs, but it would allow for potentially louder and things like doing speech and stuff and having, the watch talking, like it's really cool that my RGB Touch Mini, like those speakers are amazing, but they won't fit inside my watch. I need much smaller speakers. It sounds really cool. Like it was, it's a UK adult shop. Right, okay. I think it was Steve Cogswell put some stuff in, can't remember, RGB Touch channel. He had some video, some sound. I'm going to play it. I'm probably going to get in trouble for it. I think it's his sound, maybe. But it's so this is coming out of the RGB Touch Mini.
Question. Since before your sun burned hot in space and before your race was born, I have awaited a question.
I mean that's coming out of the speaker of that. It'd be really cool. I mean, it'd be awesome if your watch did that as well. But I would need to have to make a lot more space, and I need 3 I/O to do it, and I'd have my buzzer one, so that's 1. So I need to find 2 more that aren't IO 44 and 45 and 46. They're going to be lower numbers. I don't know if I can do... I don't think I can do I2S off the JTAG pins. So, yeah, I'm limited on what IO I've got left. Really? Do you get to see them all? I don't know if the people who buy the stuff know that you get to see all those things, Steve. Maybe if they did know, they wouldn't do it. Maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure I want to know. Look at me, piss farting around with 45 degree. Anyway, need to solve the buttons first. They're really not good. Or I need to get them over much further, but they're still, I just don't think they're... That was a ground pin. All fit? Yay. Can I fit one there? No. No. Maybe you should cut back on my... You're talking to me? Me cutting back on my purchases? All my adult toys that I buy? Possibly. Possibly I should. But, you know, I need something for all my spare time. Maybe I said I was going to come back to this. I'm not sure why I'm doing that. Anyway, don't know. Yeah, they're all embedded hobbyists. Under his pseudonym, Ann Summers. Is there any Ann Summers buying sex toys? That would be embedded hobbyist. Only the one with real hair. What? Okay. Hell, I'm going for almost 3.5 hours, and okay, so I need to... I didn't make these bigger. Again, it's like not sure what for, but 105 position. No, so 1.2. 1.2, 1.8, 1.8, 1.2. Oh. Didn't select them both. So how much bigger are they? Ready? Yeah. 0.9. No. 0.95. I said negative 0.95. 4.5. Why can't I? Oh, no. Interesting. 1.3 and make it 2. I don't know, they're big enough. Whatever. How am I still going? Hey, Iggy! How you doing? How am I still going? Oh, it's only been 3 hours, 20 minutes, and it's like 10 o'clock in the morning. It's not like I'm up late. This just looks like a lot of empty space now. That's really frustrating. Like, I really feel like I've not gained anything by doing any of this work. Because everything works perfectly fine on the P7 right now. Like, you didn't need any of this rearranging for it to work better. Rest day, 3D printing for work. Unless I got one big, oh, yeah. So what's if I use this space here? What's if we did one nice standard? I don't even know what size this is. I should measure it. Hang on. I'm just making a circle of an unknown width, and then I'm saying this is it. Can I see show before and after? Yeah, I can load up number 7. We can have a look. Although, but it's just rearranging stuff. It's like, I'm not sure it's worth it. Anyway. Oh wow. Okay, that's bigger than I thought. 4. Does it have to be 4.5? Oh, that's diameter. 4.5. Okay, wait. This could be. And what's this? This. Right, so 4.5. So it's 2.25. Make it 2.3. Right, that's the size for the footprint. So obviously there can't be vias there. But that's the size for the standoff, right? So if I just put that there for now. So here's the thing. If I'm going to put that there, I don't need this. I'll fix all that up after, right? And then... How? Excuse me. Got all these vias. So then, I know this is crazy, but I could move this over. Like, I could move some of this stuff left now to free up more space here. And I could potentially, I could move them over too. Right, I could potentially almost centered, oh, my messages are going off. Spam. Same thing again. If I move these over, I've got all this gap here, right? And I could get this almost in the center, like there. Then I just need the one. Because I just need the one holding it into the case, right? Gained a few hours of random chat. Away. Spam email. That could be cool. That would just having that one standoff in the middle, I keep calling it a standoff. Well, it is a standoff. It's a surface mount nut in the middle would be huge. Like that would hold it all together. Oh, no. Can't do that. Brain fart. Can't do that. I can't have a screw going through the middle, because then where does the battery go? That won't work. Okay, but if it goes to the side here, the whole point of this free space that was on the side was to free up space for the battery. But if it's going to go where the if it's going to go where the other hole was, like there, right? Then that's really, it's encroaching more than the other one was. So the problem is the battery's got to fit between here and the USB, which is too narrow. Oh. And there's no point doing it, I think, from the bottom, like here. If I move the battery stuff up, attaching it from there, I don't think will be great, because then it's kind of in the corner. Yeah, just screw through the battery. Did everyone see Mark Rober's one of his previous last videos? He had, what's his name? Oh, Boom Electronics on it. Whatever. They had a thing where they were trying to destroy LiPo batteries, like with lasers and electricity, lightning and whatever. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure one screw in the corner will be enough to hold it all together. I could see it still being a bit loose on the other side, right? But what could work, polar battery one with a hole in the middle, is, I know this is silly, it needs a lot more rearranging. If there was one there, and one, so let's say there was one there. I know there's some components there right now, yeah? And, fuck that button right there. Let's just say there was one there. So they are in line with where the USB is anyway, and there can't be a battery there. Which means you'd have all of this for a battery that you didn't have before, because before there was this screw here as well, that half circle, which means it was stuck between. But I'd have to then get the microphone out of that corner. I'd have to move the microphone either I need to get the RTC, I don't know, the microphone down to here, or I need to get the RTC down to here would be easier, because it's just I2C and a couple of extra pins. And the I/O for it, which is RTC, that one there, there's only one I/O it's using, and that's all the way over here anyway, on this side. So I could do it. I could get the RTC stuff here, and then I could move the microphone over to here. Maybe I could rotate the haptics, make it vertical, so the connector would be up here, and that would allow me to do that and that. I then have to get the speaker over somewhere else, and that button is a problem. That's the on-off switch. I guess I could always put that button on that side. God, it's a big rearrange. Big rearrange. But that would mean that I can screw it together top and bottom, which will give it more stability. And it's where the USB side is, so I've lost that space for battery anyway. Hey Matt, you around? You still listening? Or you're doing work? That could work. That could allow me to screw it in, have a big battery. Like, this is the size of the battery now. Ish. Well, not really. Like this, right? Because the ribbon cable's down the bottom. So, yeah, maybe like this, right? That's the size of the battery now, whatever that is. And it would allow to go for a much wider battery. Interesting. When I say much wider, I'm talking about an extra 3mm wider. And 3mm for a battery is quite a lot. It opens up a whole new range of different shapes and size batteries. But look, it does work with a decent sized battery now. Like, I get a full, when I'm using it, I get like almost a full day out of this. It depends on how much I play with it during the day, right? And depends on what I do. The haptics choose the battery more than obviously the buzzer will. And, you know, so the more I'm playing with it and making the haptics go off, the quicker it'll burn through the battery and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's still fine. Yeah. Or I could just move the haptics over to here. There's already a space here. Like, what do I need? I need that, oops, and that. Not that. That. Okay, forget about the traces. We'll ignore the traces right now. I just need those. I'm just going to duplicate them just for now, right? I've got I2C over here anyway. So that just fits there. I could just move the haptics. And it would also get the motor away from the microphone and everything else, right? Then I could move the microphone just back to here. All the traces are already there. So the microphone could just sit here. Stop. Could just sit here. And that frees up that corner. That's actually a really good plan. Because all I need to get to here is I2C. And then I can make these things even bigger. Oh, this is a good plan. Shall we do it? I think we should do it. I think we should. I still have to solve the button though. If I'm going to do that, I can't get the button over. And this is the on-off switch, so it needs to get access to here. So I need to get this trace somehow all the way over here to do the on-off switch on the other side. Okay, I need to get that and this out of the way. Save. Okay, so let's grab all the haptic stuff. Why not? Oh, too much. How can I do that? Hate it. Need those. Not that. That. And that. Nope. That. And that. that. No. Start a new revision. It's a big change. You think so? No, I'll tell you why. There's no point keeping this revision if I'm not making a big change. Right now, as it is, the P8 is no different from P7. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't give me anything that is an advantage over 7 at all. I didn't make the board smaller. I haven't solved getting it all together or anything. This will solve, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm just going to put it here for the moment because I need to just clear some space. Wait, why is that? Oh, did I flip it? No? What happened there? Oh my god. Ignore me. I could probably move these out for now. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Okay. Whatever. So that's the haptics, and all I need to do is hook up SDL and SDA, right? No, I need to get these haptic enable and haptic trigger. Shit, forgot about those. These, I need to get these over, and they're from here. I forgot about those. How am I going to get them out? I need to get them through here. Catch you later in bed, hobbyist. Have a good sleep. I need to move these to make more space. What's that stuck on? Oh, must be that. There we go. Okay. So I'm trying to make space to get 2 trace. What? To get 2 traces out. Oh, that's stuck on something. So in KiCad, if you can't move something, it means there's something touching it, like it's breaking the rule. So it's not letting me move that. So it could be because of that. Yeah, see that was touching. Now I can move it. I need to get 2 traces through here. This is going to be a fun challenge. So why can't I get that one through? Yeah, it's not going to work. Can I get that up there? Need a bit more space. Bit more space. Oh, come on. Okay, good. But I can't, it's not going to let me get that over more. I need to squeeze every little bit I can get here just to get that over more, so I can do this. So I need to make, I hate doing this. I need to make space between my wires. I don't want to just remove the wires because I need them for thermals. It snaps to the middle if it errors. It's really annoying. Okay, so I get that one through. Let's just get it to here for now. Oh my god, that's one. But I'm not going to get the other one through, I don't think. Okay, maybe. Okay. From there, I think I should be able to get those through. If I get rid of those. Actually, you know what else I can do now? Now I can do this. I can move them out. Almost. Damn. I know this looks crazy, but if I get those over and out like that, then I can move that. down as well. I hate having to break out this like this. How stupid is that? But I can't get the trace through there. And I don't want to do that anyway. Okay, so that gets these through. Now I need to get them down and out and around here, which is this space here. Okay, I could also go thinner traces here. I need to get it through here, and there's a ground, and there's all these wires here, which is really annoying. But if I put this back where it was, then I can maybe I just squeeze 2 through there. Okay, it's 1, and right. That needs to move. I'll move that ground shortly. Okay, got it. Got it. It's ugly. It is ugly. Let's get rid of that one. But now I can clean it up. I can also make them thinner traces. Don't like that one there. Okay. So I probably didn't need all that extra room. Not all of it anyway. So I could probably move some of this stuff, ugly stuff, back. Hit the wrong button. There. Right, good. I can get all this stuff back because that was ugly. What I did there. So ugly. Okay. So I've got my haptics coming through here. I didn't remove any wires, which is good. I mean, I haven't done a, I should do this. It's gonna not be happy. That's okay. But 10 and 7, not bad. And it's mostly unconnected and stuff. Okay, you can go. Oh, that's interesting. So I don't need these anymore. Good. Okay, so plenty of room to move this over. And that there is for these, which is stupid for this. That's the only thing that's connecting to now because the other haptic one is gone. So I don't even need to do that now. I can just move that to here. Yes, I know. And now I can, oops, I don't have to have this god-awful thing anymore. And I don't even need that to be such a big wire. It could just be a normal wire. Don't even need that much. Okay, so that's easy. That's that. Excellent. What doesn't I like here? What are these? Marker. Track has unconnected end. Must be an extra. Huh? Ah. Leftover blue ones. What doesn't I like here? Only connected to one layer. Oh, right. I need to get the 3.3 volts out. That will actually have to be on this side because there's no 3.3 volts there, but it's right here. So there's our 3.3 volts. Not pretty, but fix that shortly. That should be a lot of the issues. Okay, we're now down to no warnings and 7 errors, which are not turned on. Missing connection. That's one. Missing connection. Oh, interesting, of course. I still need to... Yeah, didn't think about that. Even though I've, shit. Even though I don't need the caps there, I still need... to connect the pin to 3.3 volts. Okay, 5 errors. I know there's not, okay, I don't even know why I'm checking my errors now, really. What doesn't I like here? 3.3 volts, I need there. Okay, no problem. Done. Footprint doesn't match. You can go away. Ignore. Okay. Yeah. Well, that should be fixed now. VBAT. Oh, I forgot to connect these back up. Okay, missing connection. Oh, I haven't done I2C yet. Okay. So I'm going to still look up I2C. Last 2 issues. Okay. This should be easy. Really? And SDA is already there on this layer. Oops. Okay, that's annoying. Need to... come on, go away. Clean up. Okay. That is annoying. I'll fix that later. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. Let me in. Let me in, pig. V. No. Come on. Oh, go on. Okay. I know, it's not pretty. It's very not pretty. Whoa. Okay, I'll clean it up after. But let's see if... Oh, what happened? Whoa. Okay, let's see if we at least pass DRC, and then we can move the microphone. No. Clearance violation. Where? Oh. Really? Okay, no errors. Good. And, oops, lots of issues. I know. It just requires cleanup. But now we can move the microphone. Just gonna move it here. Oh shit! Didn't want to move that. Okay, just gonna move that there just for the moment, and make space for it. I need to work out where that's going to go. Still have to solve this bottom, the buzzer and the button, which sucks. Okay, I need to make more space. You can go just for now. Okay. Are we there yet? It's a squeeze, but to there. And my data goes to mic data, which is kind of not in a good spot. And that goes to there. And yes, it needs some cleaning up. But that's the microphone out of the way. Maybe I should make it vertical. Maybe it'd be better if it was like that. Maybe. I've got plenty of room to move these out of the way now. Anyway, I've got opportunity. Opportunity. Okay, so it's this bottom corner here I need to worry about. I can get the buzzer over here. The buzzer's tall though. Well, tall, it's one of the tallest components on there. Not as tall as USB. 4 hours! What the? I'm gonna have to stop soon. The buzzer is not enough though. Like, $26.5 and 30.4. I don't know. I'm just guessing. So 26.5. I need this to be 26.5. And it was 30.4, and that is approximately 3. Okay, so it's got to go there. So yeah, the buzzer's got to go. The button, what do I do with the button? It's the on-off switch. And this is reset. And reset is here. So, well, it's actually here. And for me to get reset out, I'd have to go right past the RF. That's going to be a problem. But if I could get reset around and down here, just hear me out. I could, if I was to grab all of this stuff that I just did all this work on, all of this, yeah, except for the button, and move it all down to there, whatever, you know what I mean? Or at least the haptics, maybe just the haptics. Then I could get the reset button here. I could have 2 buttons on that side and 1 button on that side. I wouldn't get the button here. I mean, I guess I could. So the point is, I could put the on-off button here and the reset button over here. I can't get the on-off button over here, I don't think. Actually, I could probably get the on-off button over there easier. I could just get here. If I had a button here. No, wrong thing. I need to play with whatever. But if I had the on-off button there instead of here, I could do that. I could. So all I need to do is get this on-off switch, this here, down and around. Like I've already got it here. I know this is crazy. To there, right? And not to there. And I need to move that. But I still have the buzzer. So the buzzer's going to have to go here as well. And the electronics, I can fit it all, but I need to get this buzzer. I need to get V-bus and this buzzer. So this buzzer's here. I can do that. Ooh, I can do that. Because I can get that. To... Again, I don't like going across there though. I guess there's ground in between. Anyway, I can get it around. I can get the buzzer around. So I think that's the plan. We get on-off switch over here. Battery's got to move. Worry about battery later. I got on-off switch here. And buzzer here. Can I get V-bus there? I need V-bus there. V-bus. I don't know if I can get V-bus all the way around. Because it's coming right out of the 3.3 volt stuff. That's a problem. So that's V-bus there. I have to get that right across here. And I can't do it on this layer because it's going to split the 3.3 volt right through the middle. And I can't do it on that. Yeah. And can't do it on that. And definitely can't cut the ground in the middle. Shit. Buzzer. What a pain. So I need to...
Cian, Chad has disconnected.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if the buzzer was there. What's if I flipped it around and put the buzzer... Oh, that's going to be tight. There. And the electronics for the buzzer below, over here. Right now the buzzer's in the way, but I could squeeze the electronics here. And I think I could also make this narrower. I could definitely make more space here. Cut this in more. Okay. I can definitely do that, but we're over 4 hours now, and I think not only is it another coffee time, maybe time to get something to eat. I think we have a plan. We have, like, what? So originally at the start of the stream, my plan was to make the PCB smaller, if I could. Rearrange some things, remove some things, pack some things in, and make it smaller. But now, but that was just an exercise to see if I could, and you know, and if it turned out okay, I could always make that as the next revision. but it didn't gain anything, right? But this actually gained stuff. Like, the PCB being the same size as it was before isn't a problem because all the case design matches that, right? But this solves attaching the case to the PCB. It solves more width for the battery, a little bit, but more width for the battery. And it'll allow me to stick the screen. So right now, sticking the screen to the PCB doesn't help because there's nothing holding the PCB in. I'm talking about on that watch. On the one that I ship, the black one, it is being held together because the case is screwed together. Not to the PCB, but that sandwiches the PCB in. But it means that it needs that really crazy press fit slide in of the screen that when you try to get the screen back out again, you can damage the screen, which I never really liked. This will solve that too because the screen doesn't need to wedge into anything. It'll be stuck to the PCB, which is fine. Because even for development, like if you want to pull it apart and not having a case and you want to just hack on it as a PCB, you know what I mean, whatever, outside of a case, there's nothing wrong with having the screen connected to the PCB. I ship them separate. Well, I ship them in the case, but I ship them not attached. But they're designed to be attached. But I guess I never considered the case design final, so I didn't want to attach stuff like that. But this is getting closer to something that I would consider fully assembled final, or would have the ability. I still have to redesign a new case for it, right? Adapt this case, see what I can do with it. But I think that could work really well. Yeah, actually. So you know how I said I can't get VBus around? That's not really true. Because I got VBus down to here. So why can't I... Right, this is not going to be there anymore. Well, it won't be like that. So I can just bring VBus around from here. So I lied, I can get VBus around. I can put the speaker here. Because I've already got VBus down here, I can just bring it across. Oops, no. I did say I'm going to stop now. I did, but, you know. Okay, that's left a lot of stuff. But that would be probably like that, because I need to bring it in from the bottom. So that would be like there-ish. Whatever, work it out. All the dregs. So I've got VBus. So I can literally bring VBus around now. Actually. See, there's VBus, no problem. Here you go. Oops. And, I still need to bring that around. Oops. Okay. I might have to move that down a bit to get the buzzer, or do I just... I can bring the buzzer around anyway. It's a big round trip to bring the buzzer around, but then I don't have to bring it past the touch stuff. Like across the touch. Yeah, okay. I've got a plan. We have a plan. Okay, I don't know when I'm going to do it. I might do some more later this afternoon, or I might, or whenever, but I think this can work. That'll go. That'll be there. I think this can work. Yeah. Well, there you go. How was that? 23 people, concurrent viewers still watching, apparently. I don't think that's true. I think people have just left their stream going, watching by accident, and they've fallen asleep with YouTube going. That's okay as well. That's fine. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, I will catch you all next week. Oh, some people are still here. Yeah, all the Aussies are still here. So I'm just going to...
HMS says still here.
Mr. England's still here. What? So I'm just going to give you guys a really, really bad tease. You ready? Really bad tease. Tease, 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 and done. That's for another day. Not telling you, don't ask. Very cool. No, it's not TinyWATCH. Maybe. Anyway, thank you all for watching and sticking around so long. I am excited to get this rerouted and actually see if, get into a prototype, put these little standoffy things on and actually see if I can design a case with it. And if it solves all the problems. I think that'd be awesome. That would be really, really cool if it does. Very excited. I'll keep you all posted, let you know. Tiny pocket watch. No, that's not a tiny pocket watch. No. It's all the Y's is just so I can access the screen, right? The T's is the screen. Anyway. It's a big watch. Hey, these spam messages would be interested to know if they financial clicky ones. I don't know, but I've had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 SMSs and a whole bunch of spam email come through during the stream. So they're targeting me. Bye everyone. Okay, I'm going. I'm really going for sure this time. Catch you all next week.